Test 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3. Music sounds a little bit loud for me. Okay, well, there's music. Alright. Here. There. Alright. Did I not update that information? Yeah, I did. I'm not sure why this didn't update. That's okay. That's okay. Right. Anyways, welcome everybody. My name is ECC Super, and today I'm going to be tackling a brand new project. I'm going to try and make a platformer. Now I know that's something different from the other project that I have been doing, but the other project is fully AI controlled and everything. What I'm now doing is a game, an actual playable game. So I'm going to use everything that I've learned throughout the previous adventure to be able to do this. And if you're new, please follow, like, subscribe, whatever it is that you want to do. If you're watching this on YouTube late afterwards, please like and subscribe. And yeah, we'll take it further. So first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to create a folder to separate my scripts from everything else. I know the scene itself is a 3D scene right now, but I can always swap that out for a 2D scene. Maya? I haven't touched Maya in years. Unity does at least allow that to be a lot easier, so like it's literally just bam, 2D. So I just now realized my hands aren't in the camera. Right. So let's separate the scripts. Well, let's get started. I can focus on ordering things later. For now, I just want to get basic controls in place. So we're going to create a C# script. Call this player controller. Alright. And here, along the Z axis, I think I want to do the other side. There you go. I want Y to be in this direction, X to be in this direction, so it's just to make math easier, because X in this direction is going to be positive, Y in that direction is going to be positive, so. Of course I built this wrong. Okay, hold on. Package manager. If you were an idiot and built your project like this, you can always fix it later. So Unity registry, 3D packages. You know what, let's just install this one. It's gonna be easier. I was very hurried with the setup of this, so I made the mistake to not set up the 2D package manager. I just created the world and didn't think any further. Oh. I just hope the music I'm playing is actually non-copyrighted sounds or non-copyrighted music. It's advertised as non-copyright, so I am hoping I'm correct. Yeah, but it's looking good. I should have done this ahead of time. It's almost done. This caught my attention. Create an attractive 3D environment with the world building features set and trip assets between your 3D modeling software of choice using FBX to realize your creative intent. Create geometry, sculpt meshes and terrain, blend textures and place objects through your scene using artist-driven tools to create believable interactive environments. I'd have to play around with that another time. That sounds cool. I did not know that was there. Anything else that I might want to grab? No, I don't want AI navigation. I'm gonna do my own thing. What is this? Oh, rendering pipeline. Okay. Maybe at some point. FBX exporter? Unity FBX exporter package makes it easy to send geometry and animation to an application that supports the FBX format and send them back to Unity with minimal effort. In particular, this round-trip workflow enables you to export Unity scenes to FBX files, import them into Unity, Autodesk Maya, Autodesk Maya LT, or Autodesk 3ds Max using an artist-friendly interface. Export Unity-ready FBX geometry and animation and safely merge your changes back into these assets to continue your work in Unity. Okay, that's pretty cool. Friends. Okay. The Friends service allows you to boost player engagement by providing players with a social system that works well with other Unity services. With Friends, your players can send and receive friend requests, build and manage friend lists, and block and unblock other players. Oh, that's actually pretty cool. That means I don't have to do my own thing. Okay. Input system. A new input system which can be used as a more extensible and customizable alternative to Unity's classic input system in Unity Engine.input. Okay. JetBrains Rider, Live Capture, Localization, Lobby, Memory Profile, Microsoft Memory Profiler offers a unique solution allowing you to profile both small projects on mobile devices and big AAA projects on high-end machines. Provides actionable information about allocation in the engine to allow developers to manage and reduce memory usage. I don't think I'm going to be using that much, unless my code is atrocious. We'll see. Polybrush? What's this? Mesh painting, sculpting, and geoscattering in scattering tool for Unity. That's built in? Okay, another time. I'm not touching visual scripting. Bug that. Alright. Alright. Let's quickly set up a quick scene here. So I have 2D assets now. I'm gonna place the square. Attack! Laat die vlieg. Magie, wat ook op de donder. How's the camera handling that? Not well. Great. Orthographic. Can I get gizmos, please? So set that to 0. Set this to -2. You will go, that is the light direction. You will go to -10 as you were prior. Position 0, square as a 2, and then I just want a capsule for the player character. Oops, that is my mistake. I want this orthographic view. Right. Also lock it in place. 2D sprites capsule. There you go. Set it to 0. Then we'll add a rigid body 2D, and we'll add a 2D capsule collider. Which, if I turn this off, yeah, we have a capsule collider and we have a rigid body, and the square needs a box collider, which, just once again, to double check, yeah, alright, we should be good. Is gravity on? Yeah, gravity scale's on. Looks good. Mass is good. Constraints, I don't want it to rotate along the Z-axis. Good. Alright, and with that being said, I can now program the controller. I'm gonna call those later again, so it doesn't matter. We're going to start by calling the rigid body. So private rigid body 2D. If you're hearing something in the background, it's just my washing machine. You can ignore that. Let's call it B for rigid body. And then header. Variables. So public float speed public float jump, then header instance, serialized field, private float, default speed, and serialized field, private float, default jump. Alright. Cool. So just make sure that we get it. Then void update. Oh. If we are now going to be tracking horizontal keys, which should be A and B. If input dot I believe this was how it's done. Project settings, input manager, access. We'll call horizontal. I believe it is. Is that correct? Just copy paste. Right. It's not telling me no, so I am assuming this is correct. Let's just do a debugger and test this real quick. I feel like I'm doing this wrong. Attach this to the capsule. Attach this to the capsule. Thank you. Console. Nothing. Right. So I did it wrong. Oh, because it's an access, it's not a button. Dot get access. Oh, it doesn't like me doing that. Okay. Access name. Return the value of the value access identified by access name. Oh. This has to be this. This is what I get for trying to be fancy. Okay, cool. I'm just gonna do button. Or key. Get key down. Keycode dot. I wonder if I can make a variable out of this. Let's just do A. Public keycode. Public keycode right. Public keycode not up, but jump key, right key, left key. Let's do one for down, in case we want to go down a level. What would up do? Let's ask that question. What would up do? Up is technically jump, so I think, yeah, let's do that. Up will be jump. Right. So get key left K. Get key down's actually wrong. I believe it's just if I press get key, then it should just fire. Unless get key is the impulse. I think get key is the impulse one. Hold on. So, right. Then I just want to do this to see what happens. Debug.log. Let's take a look. Ah, because nothing's set. There's so many keys. I did not think this through. Left is D. Right, once again, not thinking. This is D. This is A. This is S. This is W. Okay. Am I missing something? Alright. me a mon. Get key down. Get key down. Get key down. Get key. Right, let's see what DeepSeek says. There is no way that doesn't work. It's attached. It is enabled. If you're using the new input system, you need different code. This code only works as Unity's legacy input manager. But I'm using the legacy input manager. And it gives me exactly what I gave it. So why is it not working? Attached, it is enabled. They are type key code. They are public. That is the exact same code as what I have. Unless it's the legacy input thing. Hold on. Let's go back to that project manager. So this is where you can configure controls and physical keys, enable keyboard language layout infinite, mapping of key codes to physical keys. For example, Q will be the key to the right of the tab key, no matter which, if any, key on the keyboard currently generates okay, yeah, physical keys. It just makes sense, okay? I also didn't pick up when I was doing horizontal, so I actually don't know what I'm doing wrong. I legitimately don't know what I'm doing wrong. Okay, but based on what I saw, this only would fire once. Nothing better. Let me try something. So, if input get key left K, which would be A, is pressed, then it's supposed to come out of debug.log. But for some reason this isn't working, so let's try something else. Key. So these get the key, and then we have eat key press on. What? Okay. Any key and any key down. I don't want to do that. We want to get key. So I'm gonna save that. Start against the rigid body. Da, 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 da. Right. Let's check this out. Oh. Okay. Let's try this again. Once again, nothing. I don't know why. Let's try it. For what it's worth. Could I print in the function? Does it even go to that function? I don't think I've never used print before in Unity. It's supposed to be debug.log for Unity 3D. Like this usually works. This is why I'm confused, because this command usually works. Let me reference old code. Yeah, sorry, I mean do something there so you ensure that works. Yeah. I'm gonna take a look at old code and see what I did. Log or whatever you use in C#. Yeah. Project. What was I experimenting with this? It wasn't there. Was it here? Assets. Raising error exception even. I could try that. There's an old character controller. Okay. Right, let's rewrite using this. Let's rewrite using this. I could just copy and paste. But no, I must learn. Is grounded. Alright, is grounded isn't written. So private pool is grounded Why? How the what is grounded? I swear I'm pressing D. Um, uh, public. No, not public. Private. No, it has to be public. Unless I do it here. Serialized field. Private. Layer mask. Ground layer. Serialized field, private, transform, check. Private bool is grounded. Okay, everything should be in place. Is grounded is equal to. Why was I using a physics overlap circle here? Whatever. Physics 2D dot overlap circle ground check dot position 1F ground layer. Okay. Then float. Oh, that's why I wasn't able to use horizontal last time, because it wasn't a bool, it was a float. Okay, that makes sense. Float. Move input equal to input dot get access raw. If move input does not equal 0, then rb dot velocity is equal to new vector to mathf dot verb speed comma speed comma move input times speed comma rb dot velocity y. Right. Then if move input is other way around, then let's get why would I do this? Why did I do that? Okay. I can just add it. Yeah, same place as here. I can just add it. Private sprite renderer sport sprite. Right. Sprite equals get component sprite renderer. I should actually test for these. If get component is equal to 2D and if get component sprite renderer there we go. And then else add this dot add component and then we get component else this dot get component oh, it's because I was doing get instead of add RB there you go. There you go. Oh. Right. Then I do sprite dot flip x equals true, and then if and sprite dot flip x is equal to false. Alright. It's just an else. Now RB dot velocity is equal to new vector 2 which is 0 and whatever the y velocity is, so rb dot velocity dot y, otherwise it doesn't have gravity. Now we test. Let's see. No. Yeah. It's not going to do anything because guess what? Everything is 0. Right, ground layer set to, oh, I need to set the ground layer, okay. Add layer, ground. This will become, not that, ground. Then you will look for ground. Alright. You need to be set to 1, and I think I'm going to set you to 1 as well for now. These I'm going to remove because I don't need them anymore. That's lovely. I'm just going to enable that. It has not been assigned. What do you mean it's not been assigned? Your mom's not been assigned. Is grounded. Private bool is grounded. Is grounded gets this. So what do you mean it's not been assigned? Physics 2D overlap circle ground check dot position. Wait. Ground check's not assigned. Do I have ground check being assigned somewhere else? No. Okay, wait. Hold on. Wait. Can't I just do transform dot position? Can't I just do that? What happens if I do that? No error? Okay, so jump's not gonna work right now, which is fine. So I'm not gonna need these anymore. Serialize field. So I can have my eye on that. See what it's doing. Okay, it's detecting is grounded. Cool. And then I also don't need ground check because that just seems redundant then. Cool. Which brings me back to my first problem. Why is it not accepting keyboard inputs? Let me save the project. I'm going to reopen it. Okay. Let's see what happens. This project is using new input system, but the native platform backend for the new input systems are not enabled in player settings. This means that no input from native devices will come through. Yes. That's why I restarted everything. Thank you. Why did it crash? Okay, it didn't crash, it's compiling. Just waiting for it to open. Okay. Let's take a look what changed. Nothing, once again. I'm calling the right thing, right? I am honestly stumped. I don't know what the fuck's going on. Uh... Secure mouse. It's along the x-axis. I don't have a joypad. It has left. It has left and right. A and D. Gravity of 3. It has that for dead zone. It has the sensitivity of 3. It snaps. It's not inverted. I'm calling exactly this. Why is my keyboard not registering? Simulated auto mass, gravity of 1, only the Z rotation is frozen, everything else is supposed to move. Angular drag, collision detection, discrete, stimulus awake, interpolate. This doesn't make sense. 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 What the fuck is going on? This was supposed to be the easiest part of this entire fucking stream, and I am having the worst time of my life right now. Okay, you know what? Fuck it. I'm rebuilding a scene. I'm rebuilding a scene. I'm not bothering with this further. We're rebuilding a scene. New project. Call it platformer. Location is here. Select that folder. So I want this one. Could be the version. No, it can't be the version of Unity. I also don't have the time to download it. Alright, create project. Hopefully this time I have something that works. In fact, I'm convinced if I go and copy paste that script in here, it's gonna work. Just give Unity some time, guys. It's busy building a new project. Should maybe consider going over to Unity 6.3. even with the first script I did earlier in this streaming session, was supposed to work. I don't understand why it didn't work. If I pressed any WASD keys, it was supposed to do something, but it wasn't doing anything. And that confuses me because Unity works off of, if you do the if input get key down, get key up, whichever one it is you pick, it's supposed to register what you just did. It's frustrating. I really need to get an SSD for main storage. Not main storage, secondary storage. Set up a NAS drive or something. Why is it taking so long to compile shit? Just get it over with, please. You've been doing this for the past while. Thank you. Bloody hell. Alright. I'm just going to create an empty object. I'm going to not collapse. I'm going to go here, folder, scripts, create C# test script. Compile en kry klaar asseblief. There you go. Okay, then I'll just do that. Thank you. Alright. If input dot get key, we'll just do w, get key code dot w, why? Let's remove this. There you go. Debug.log. Go back here. Console. Play. What I do different? Okay, let me go get that other script. Cool. Remove script, delete script. Script, this one. Box collider, sprites, capsules. Right. Then it's capsule collider, rigid body, player controller script, rigid body constraints, C, speed of 1, jump of 1, alright. It's the same code. The exact same code. Alright. Let's put the jump in. Ignore. Close that. If is grounded, and input dot get button down jump. Why'd that happen? Then RV dot velocity is equal to new vector 2 let me go open up that other struct. Why is my music stuttering? Why? You can chill off. There you go. Okay. Back here. Project. Which one is this again? What's this one? Oh, it's add force, not velocity. Okay. Yo, ma! Add force. Vector 2 dot up times jump, comma, force mode 2D dot impulse. Right, let's see this. Hello? That's something. Uh, that's a 10. It's the speed of 3. That is high. Speed of 3 feels a bit slow. So that's like walking speed. I'm gonna set this to 5. Let's set this to 5. Let's see what happens. Okay, yeah, now it's not jumping as high as what I was hoping for it to jump. Movement feels a lot faster. Let's set this to 7. Yeah, I think 10 was the way to go. Alright. I also think a speed of 5 is good. I can disable that. I want to check something real quick. Project settings, input manager. I don't know why I have 2 of these. I think let me do this. Get rid of these. I don't know why I need 2 of each of these. Right, and then those are the debugs. I've learned not to delete those. Cool. Right, so this, I want to duplicate it, but I'm going to rename it to run. And its positive button is shift. Come on, shift. Am I missing this? It is a key. It's not an axis. It's not an axis, but okay, we'll just put it on axis then, I guess. How is jump then set up? Jump is set to space. I'm not seeing any keys mentioned anywhere, so it's just shift. Why not? Am I dumb? Am I missing something? Why can't I use shift? Why can't I use control either? left, shift. Okay, yeah, okay, I'm just being an idiot. Alright, so if we run, which if I go here, I'm gonna do something here. So let's rename this. This will be renamed to no, total speed. Cool. And then I'm going to do public float walk speed and public float run speed, and I'm going to set this to 5. I'm going to set this to an additional 5. This I'm going to set to 10 because that just feels right. I'm going to move there we go. I'm gonna move you to here, and I'm gonna do something here. So, because this has to be checked first. If input dot get button shift get button run, then total speed is equal to walk speed. I have no idea why it did that. Okay. Else total speed is equal to walk speed plus run speed. Okay. Okay. Why would that happen? Oh. Alright. Yeah, I don't think I need this anymore. Because everything I need is currently in here, so the base controls are there. I don't need my old reference anymore. That, and I think this is better anyways, as opposed to my old reference, so it's fine. Alright. Can close you. Gravity feels a little bit slow. Okay, no, it does accelerate. It's just very, very slow. I'm curious. I set the mass up to 2? No. I guess gravity is gravity then. Let's set the gravity scale to 2. Okay, that's a lot faster, but now that affects that, because this is also affecting it. But I like that better. That feels better for me. I actually need to do if grounded that I can't just do that where, well, there's some functionality to it, I guess. Most platformers allow you to just change your trajectory anyway, so yeah, I'll take it. So gravity scale to 2. Jump, I feel I can double up on that. No, double up is bad. Double up is really bad. That's also bad. Can I do 12? 12 is good. Right. So gravity to 2, jump to 12. Got it. Okay. Why is total speed still public? There you go. Oh. Alright. So that is in place. I guess the next thing to do is combat. How do I want to approach combat though? Okay, so I think what I'm gonna do is this. Okay, hang on. Where is it? Here it is. Okay. Exam pad time. I never thought this day would come. I have to refill my pencil leads. When was the last time I had to do that? No, this is... what the fuck? This is 0.9. Where's my 0.5s? Oh, there you go. Okay. I forgot I had the 0.9. Not happy about this though. It's not my usual graphite. Hey Sullivanter, sup? Yeah, we're just doing some Unity coding. After I suffered an entire nearly an hour trying to figure out what the heck's going on. I am now going to try and plan my next steps. I'm using an exam pad. Haven't used Unity in a while. Make like 3 projects. Yeah, I've made a lot of projects. Not many of them completed. I do have a project that I've made. I've showcased it a little bit. You can actually see it in action in like my histories. Not much really, but yeah, I'm starting a new project, trying to make use of what I've learned there here. So yeah. Anyways, so I think what I want to do next is Xampad's one thing. Let me use Paint. Paint.net, you're up. Right. So, quick setup here. There's our platform. There's another platform. I forgot the software does that now. Here's me. And let's say that's the enemy. Right. So what I'm thinking of is we track the pointer. You're gonna love this pointer. It's like that, and bam. Yeah. So I think we're going to be keeping track of the pointer. Let's make this green because that's a ray cost. And I'm going to give my character 2 types of attacks, so it can do ranged and let's give our character a little sword real quick. Pencil. So that's the hand. That's our sword. And melee. So melee, I think we're going to do a bounding box here real quick. For melee, also let's set the style to this. We're going to be tracking whatever is in front of the character, and then for ranged we're going to be tracking this line here to see if there is anything here-ish for it to hit. So our pointer quality editing here. Our pointer is going to be moving location, and our character, oh, I forgot, that's a thing. Our character, its ray cost is now going to try and see if it hits the target. So obviously if I move that up there and the pointer moves up there as well, then that obviously means that we have hit the bounding box of our enemy, which would then deal damage. Right, so that means what I need is I need to let me open up Notepad. I need to track the pointer. Raycast when attack, and then I think so this I will do for right mouse, and then melee will track when I do left mouse. Yes, he will feel that in the morning. Right. So that should be pretty straightforward. First of all, I need to enemy layer. This is for the raycast. Right. And I need an attack prefab. This is for melee. Bounding box. Right. So now that we know what we need, I'm going to move this to the side. So I'm going to save it as what's next? Oh, there you go. Alright. And let me just do this. Like an absolute mad lad. Saved it as a screenshot. The Unity Flappy Bird tutorial didn't teach me this. The fuck big words like pointer and when. Ooh boy, this coding stuff is hard, huh? Yeah, the Flappy Bird tutorial basically just requires you to add a constant force in the right direction, left if you're that kind of guy, and track every time you press the spacebar to add an upwards velocity. It's a pretty basic tutorial, but I'm not doing basic things here. Right. So, with that being said, let's add what I said I was going to add. So, I want another object, capsule, head to the scene, plop him there-ish, no, set him at 3, 5, we'll set him at 5, put it at -2, physics is going to take over anyway, so rigid body 2D, and a capsule collider 2D, Pretty advanced, not as advanced as me though, of course. My current coding endeavor is a Scratch project now. Scratch is cool. I've seen someone reprogram Minecraft in Scratch. Like 3D render and everything. Player controller, capsule. We're gonna call this one enemy. Just to have the default stuff. Scratch, bomb sweats, SMH. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know what SMH is. Enemy. Shake my head. Oh, okay. Well, now I know. Right, I'm going to write a very small script for this. C# script. Enemy AI. This is going to be the good stuff. So we're going to do a public HP. Public in summer HP of 1. And then we're going to do void update if HP is less or equal to 0, then we're going to destroy game object. Advanced stuff. What? AI terrible coder. Okay. There you go. There you go. The enemy's AI. Now I need to program a few things. So serialized field, private layer mask, enemy layer, variables public, int damage equal to 1. Why do I keep doing this? I've been using this keyboard for the past few weeks. I'm supposed to be used to it. Alright, so I need to check the mouse. So there's a thing for this, right? So float project settings, input mouse X and mouse Y. Alright, cheers, Sylvanter. Player controller. If I need to track the mouse. was this done again? Um. I'm just gonna leave that there for those who are wondering what's the next steps. Just looking something up. Okay, let me check this. Vector. Let's do vector 2 because I'm not utilizing. It's equal to input dot mouse position. Oh, okay, and then vector 2D mouse. I am using reference. I don't know all the code out of my head. Camera dot screen. Screen to wolf points, maybe? Let me try something. Public game object. Oh no, let's do public transform. Public transform, and then we do pointer. And then what I want to do is pointer dot position is equal to. I believe I'm going to use this one. Actually, let's use this one. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Okay, so that doesn't work. What if I just do straight up this? Yeah, that works. Huh? And then I'm just going to make another 3D object, not 3D object, 2D object, square. Yeah, the square is going to be our thing. Did I miss something? Public transform pointer. Am I editing the wrong thing? No, this has to be the right thing. I don't know what the fuck is going on here.
Oh, there's an error somewhere. Where's an error? Okay. Alright. That should update it. Square. Let's take a look. Alright. Transform pointer assigned for square is not valid. Screen position out of view custom screen pose if camera rect camera screen to wall point. Okay, let's try this again. Let's see what happens. Well, it's definitely changing, but I don't think that's correct. Right. Let's take a look at this again. So, screen to world point is maybe this is not the right way. Screen to world point. Let's do that's screen to. Let's do the screen to viewport. Let's see what happens. Oh, I was mouse to viewport position. Right. Let's try this. Let's see what happens. Interesting. Okay, so maybe not viewport, maybe world point. Screen to world point. There you go. That's what I'm looking for. Right. And then I can just make this image whatever I want, as long as what it is rendered ahead of everything else. So, order layer, I'm gonna make this a 20. I don't think I'm gonna go more than 20 layers. Is what I say now. Alright, so color, I want this to be red so that I can know it's an enemy. I want the player to be gray. Right. Just so I can know I have the order correct. Yes and yes. Both are yes. That is good. Interesting. Very interesting. Right. So that problem I had at the start of the stream is because play focused was not whatever. Whatever. This works. This is good. Now, I want to do a little something. Since I now have a physical object inside the world that is being tracked, that means I can try to cast a ray to it. Or, instead of doing a ray cast, I can send something in its direction with a trajectory towards its direction. I like this better. I like this better. I can instantiate an object that travels towards where its last position was, meaning that if I can add a force in its direction. Right. Let's do this. Let's get out a notepad. All right. So this is good, but I think what I can do instead is instead of doing a raycast, I instantiate projectile when I attack with the right mouse, and this, what I can then do is still have an enemy layer. I still need okay, I already have an enemy layer, so I don't need that anymore. But what I now need is a projectile prefab. And what I'm going to do is for instantiate, what I can do is cast the projectile at pointer and remove gravity and add constant force towards direction. Right, because I can add force, a total force. I don't have to do add force, I can do total force, and have it hit in the direction. Think about this. Okay. Okay, hold on. Let's take a look back here. So we have total speed being added as velocity, and this is the x speed, this is the y speed. Oh, because I'm lerping between this and this. So yeah, I can do this. Alright, so if that's fire 1, right? Yes, it's fire 1. If input dot get button down, so that it only fires once. I don't want it to continuously fire. Get button down, fire 1. Actually no, I wanted it to be fire 2. Right. Then I need to instantiate a projectile. I need to create a projectile. I need to do so many things. Okay. Breinvarken, right, here. Serialize field, private, game object, projectile, right. And then create an object, sprite, screw it, we'll do a triangle. And I'm going to call this projectile, and I'm going to set its x value to 0.5. Right. And I'm going to go here, I'm going to create a folder called prefabs and drop projectile in there. Right. And then I'm going to go to, because of this I'm going to call pointer. Give it an opacity, let's set it to that, give it an opacity of, yeah, that should be good enough. I'm gonna move it out of the way. It's anyways going to snap back to the mouse. And I'm going to get rid of the projectile here, which means I can then add projectile in here, which if I then go back to my code, if I do, it needs a rigid body. Add rigid body 2D, and it also needs a collider. So polygon collider? No, just do circle. Just do circle collider. Gravity is supposed to be 0. Yeah, I'll just do circle collider. Oh, of course that's gonna happen. Right. Offset of 0.2, 0.1, 0.1. Good enough. Right, back to the scene. And I want to change your color to blue. There you go. So I can see the projectile firing. Right, now game object. So game object projectile equals instantiate projectile transform dot position Why is that not accepted? Quaternion dot identity, right? And then rigid body 2D, PR, RB, and then velocity is equal to dot total force is set equal to new vector 2 let's do a vector 2, call it direction is equal to vector 2 dot vector 2 dot no, that's distance. Hold on, my brain needs to process what the fuck it's doing. Pointer dot pointer dot position dot x I'm curious to see what's gonna happen if I just do this, because my brain's not braining right now. Alright. Compile, bitch. Here you go. Interesting. So let's not instantiate it from that position. So, oh, but wait, I can just set it to ignore. Right, so exclude default. Right, let's see what happens. Okay, let's try something. Let's try something. Times 5. Times 5. Oh, I know what's happening. Because the player character's not in the center of the screen and it's using calculations based on the player character. How do I off-center this shit? Okay, hold on. Let me see what I can do. Okay, that explains so much. Also, projectiles moving way too slow. Let's amplify that to 20. Right. Thus, pointer dot position, and then so this needs to be off-centered somehow. No, wait, hold on. This needs to be off-centered. Okay, cool. So how do I want to do this? So I want to off-center it using player position and point position, where it doesn't assume that the center of the screen is at the center, but is instead from the player. So what I need to do is I need to add the player's position to the pointer position, get the off-center position. Will that work? So vector to bullet new pause is equal to pointer dot position plus transform dot position. Does that work? One way to find out. Let's play this. Right, of course there's an error somewhere. There you go. Error solved. Not entirely. But if I now shoot here, it goes down. Right. They start off so promising and then lose all that velocity. That is a problem. Alright, so plus doesn't work. Minus maybe? No. Okay, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do this. Is I'm going to center the capsule and make it a parent of this. Well, make this a parent of this, and now if I now go here and comment out this code, I should and set this higher because I am not happy with the speed it's going at. Okay, I see what it's doing. Right, so must world position mouse world position. Okay, so this is still screw up. Right, I'm just gonna do this. Alright, whilst I wait for that, I'm going to continue on with this part, the melee part. Right. So if input dot get button down fire 1. Right, so taking a look at our reference image here, we want to instantiate well, not necessarily instantiate, but apply something here that would indicate damage. But I also want it to be the position to be based off of where the direction it's looking at. So I need to, I guess I can just use this bool. So if sprite dot flip x is equal to true, equal to true, then we do else, or not else, but yeah, we do else. I was thinking about else if. Bam, right, that's set up. And what we now need to do is Heinrich, focus on what you're doing. There you go. serialize field and private game object. This will be melee. Right. So I want to set up some more things. So going to create a sprite 2D, call it, make a square, call it melee, set it to orange, yeah, and I want to add in a box collider, and I think that's about that actually. It will not have a ridge body. Hold on. Let me fix this real quick. So it says vector to shoot direction is equal to mouse rolled position minus, okay, vector to transform dot position dot normalized. Part inside me feels like that is the exact same thing as what I did do. And then this is just shoot direction times shoot direction times 100. Cool. But it is not this. It is this. Right. It says to do add force. I don't necessarily want to do add force. Right. Okay. It works. The rotation of the projectile is wrong, but whatever. I guess total force is the part that messes it up. Maybe dot add force, and then we do it is not going fast enough. Let's do projectile force. Serialize field, private, float, projectile force. And this will become projectile force. and this will become right. What is this song? Right. Alright, so melee can still be 0, that's fine. Projectile force needs to be 2000. Enemy layer is enemy. I'll deal with that later. Alright. There you go. That looks more correct. However, 2000 might be a little bit much, so let's try 1000. 1500. Right. I'd say that works. Then I just need to program logic for the projectile. Alright, back to here. We were doing something here, so... So... Let's do a vector to offset. Serialized field. Private vector to melee offset. Right. So no, bugger off, Olama. I don't need you now. Okay. So we need to instantiate melee at melee offset Quaternion dot identity. Cool. Take a look at something here. Let's do this. So game object melee is equal to this. And melee dot transform dot set parent to this dot transform. Right. And I believe this would be this. Yes, because that would be left, and this would be right. Cool. Right. So to prefab, set that there. Render layer, set it to 20. Also, this I want to change to a circle because I do not like the triangle. I'll deal with that later. Here, sorting layer, box collider. It is a trigger, and I'm going to remove this one. Right. So then in this one, I want to set this. Vector2 dot vector2 new pose is equal to instantiate. No, what? Heinrich, focus. To melee offset plus this dot transform. Dot position. How is this? Okay, hold on. Okay, and then this is equal to this and this. Which then, if I play, am I an idiot or something? What's going on? So what it's supposed to do Okay, what it is supposed to do is it's supposed to spawn the object facing a certain direction. Okay. So it's supposed to take this and add it to that, and then okay. So what's supposed to happen is this plus melee offset. Alright. So if there's a minus in there, it would subtract from this. If this is already minus, it would add, and then obviously if it's minus and minus, it would, I don't know what it would do. It's fine. It's fine. The problem here is this. Okay, I think this is why it's offsetting it so much. It's because it's minusing the wrong thing. So what I need to do here is I am supposed to do a new vector 2, and then can you please stop being a fucking asshole? X and new position dot y. Alright. So with that being said, why? Why? Your mother's gay. Okay, so let's go to the scene. That doesn't make sense. Why would you do that? Okay. So let me do something else. I don't know why enemy is... That's weird. Okay. So now it's facing in that direction. That places that there for some reason. Now it's facing this direction and it places it there. So why, when it's flipped, does it place it in a completely wrong direction? Unless I am thinking about this completely wrong. So I think what I'm going to do is... This is still new pose. This is still new pose. New pause. And what I'm going to do, because this one's correct. This one is 100% correct. This one's working the way it's supposed to. and voila, that solves that. And you need a little bit of working, so new vector 2. Your mom's gay if you keep going on like that. Alright, melee dot x and melee dot y, and you are negative. Let's see now. Right, so I'm facing this direction, bam! This direction, bam! We got it. Alright. Now, this needs to be a little bit more though, so 0.5. You will be 0. Right. It's still not exactly where I want it to be, so let's do 1. That's perfect. Let's add some logic. I want a script for this guy. So I'm going to reduce those. You are looking specifically for the enemy. And you let's just set everything to nothing for now. Include enemy, right? And then you, enemy is disabled. Cool. So include layers, only include layer enemy. Okay. Contact, capture, callback layers, info. Right. Okay. Projectile. This only excludes default. It's looking specifically for enemy. Okay, cool. And this is enemy. So we want a script that upon entry gets the collusion of the enemy, and then also I want to put in a checker that checks if it's been alive for longer than X amount of time, it destroys itself. So I can do, right, what I can do is I can do Heinrich, focus. What I can do is I can make one script that checks both. And this one script does the same thing, except the timers are different. Perfect. So script here, create C#, attack. So wait, but then I can also set what layers it looks for. I'm a genius. Okay. I'm going to get rid of the damage counter here. Actually, no, I'm gonna keep it. I'm gonna keep it specifically for a very specific task. So here, I'm going to set damage, but it's a public integer, and then for update. Alright, timers, right. private float lifespan. Let's do life span. Private float timer equal to 0. Your lifespan is equal to 2, so 2 seconds. Update 4. Timer is less. Why am I doing a 4? Heinrich. If timer is less than lifespan, less or equal to lifespan, then destroy game object. Cool. So, and timer is plus equal to time dot delta time. Awesome. So, with that being said, we now want to do is on trigger enter, because that's what the glider is, it's a trigger. That's actually right, I need to set that, so let me save that real quick. Prefabs. So you are a trigger, and you are a trigger. Good. So awesome. So if other dot get component enemy AI then wait, I'm looking for something actually first. Public. No, this has to be a serialized field thing. Serialized field, private. Layer mask. No, but wait, hold on. I need to be very careful with how I set this. It needs to be public. First things first. If layer mask, if other dot dot game object dot layer is equal to target equal to target, there you go, then if it has enemy AI, then HP is fucking fuck. Let's do enemy AI. AI is equal to other dot get component enemy AI. Cool. And then AI dot HP is minus equal to damage. That should be it. That should be it. Easiest way to test the script is with the projectile. And projectile add attack. Right. So a few things that needs to be set here in player controller is as soon as what it is instantiated, get component attack dot damage set equal to damage. And why would you do that? I'm clearly busy with get component attack dot target is equal to enemy layer. Cool. I might actually just as well copy and paste this here as well. And this needs to become ML. Alright. So, capsule, enemy, damage is 1, bam. Right, so now why did you do that? What the? Huh? Ach, Donner Heinrich. Bliksem. That still doesn't explain why the moment I try to use this one, it freaks out. Alright, so I'm just gonna put nothing for now. How did it not pass through the enemy? Huh? Right. So it deletes itself, that's good. Enemy has enemy AI. That's good. I was curious about that. I was very curious about that. Okay. Still did nothing. Got it. Okay, so set this to everything. Right, I'm gonna set you to default. Right. So include everything, exclude nothing. Right? That's the default. Let's do something. Don't blow. I'm gonna put in a check for that later. I just want to see what happens if I do this. Interesting. It just passes right through it. Why do you just pass right through it? That doesn't make sense. Also, why is it rendering behind it? Oh, because I never set that. That's fine. It's moving too fast. Let's do 100. Let's slow this down and see what happens. Okay. I swear, why does it keep fucking doing that? Interesting. Just passed right through it. The enemy does have a capsule. It's not set to trigger. It's set to vertical. This is set to, okay, let's set this to nothing. I am so confused. Right, projectile. That doesn't make sense. Why aren't you working the way you're supposed to work? Let's do this. Debug. .log. Part of me feels like this code is redundant by now. It's not supposed to be redundant. It's supposed to still be in Unity. And I know I have the absolute worst luck with it, but still. No. Alright. Okay. Let's check it. Let's see. Why not? Let's see what happens. Alright, it's not gonna do anything. Right, let's see now. Nope, still nothing. Okay, let's see what other options there are. So on tree. Oh, okay, that makes sense. On trigger 2D, enter. Why would you not accept that? Not an option. Oh, that fucking makes sense. Two D. 2D. There we go. Let's see now. I'm crash coursing this. Why? Your mom's gay. Finally, something's working. Now to figure out why instantiating that other thing keeps bugging out. I know why it's bugging out. Okay, never mind. Let's get back to fixing that, shall we? Capsule. No, it's not in capsule. It's here. It's this guy. Right. Add attack. Right. Okay. I think your lifespan's way too long. Make that 1. One is still way too long. Damn. So 0.5. Still doesn't do anything. Okay, hold on. Let me double check. Let me go back to the attack script and change this back to what I wanted it to be initially. Let's see if that works. Still doesn't work. Die, bitch. Not intentional. Okay. Rigid body, constraints, Z. Alright. Now I'm still tackling the fact that this is not doing anything. Yeah. Other get component, enemy, AI, collusion detection. Layer if the layer is equal to target, but what I read earlier is this is supposed to be value, but even on value it didn't pick up, so what else could this be? Layer dot. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. Okay, so this is an integer. I am fairly certain that's an integer. Let me check something. Int test equals other dot game object dot layer. That is indeed an integer. That's messed up. Which means this needs to be tested against an integer. But according to what I read here, why is that so weird? Okay. So according to what I'm reading here, this needs to be target.value and other dot game object dot layer, and then I need to make it check against 0. I'm not sure why this is a check. It's AI generated, so I don't know if it's actually any good, but we'll see. I just want something to work. It doesn't get destroyed. Fucking finally. Okay. That also kills it. Okay. I do want to add in one last variable for serialized field, private bool should kill. Set this to false automatically. And then should kill if should kill is equal to true. Then it does this. There you go. Alright, let's head back to my prefabs. This one should not be killed. This one, yeah, you should kill. Also, I want to go back to my capsule and set my projectile back to 2000, which I'm still fairly certain is too much. Oh, it died! That's still a problem though. Okay. Wait, let me do this. So instead of having it there, I have it there. So what that means is everything that is within my range if I make contact with it. What the? Now that's not doing any. Oh, because it's making contact with me. Okay. So did include everything. Exclude default. Yeah. So let's see what it does now. There you go. And that also deletes it. Cool. Now I don't have random objects floating in my room. Cool. I'm very curious. I stand against him. Yeah, that kills him. Why does it work now? Every other out of the probably 50 times I've attempted it, it's never worked. That now works. Right. So what I can now do is I can actually now try and focus on the enemy AI and have the enemy AI try to pathfind towards me and then attack me. So I'd actually like to try two different things. So in the enemy AI, let's do this. So this done. That's working. What we want to do now is have the enemy pathfind pathfind to us. Cool. So how this is gonna work, bringing back paint, is not like that, but that, and then just another thingy there. I don't. I don't need that. I don't need those. All right. Then this is us. This is the enemy. Make them red. And so this is how the enemy is now going to do things. The enemy is going to try and pathfind to us, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to, instead of using something like A star, I'm going to be making my own thing. I've been experimenting with this a bit, which I'd like to call physics-based navigation. So, just to do that a little bit better, that is physics-based navigation. So, just like how the player moves using physics to the character or to the enemy is going to be using physics to move to the player. And I have an idea of how to handle elevated stuff, so I'll get to that when I get to that. But for now, I just want the enemy to apply force towards the player character. And I needed to immediately swap that force the moment it passes by the character. Its physics will collide with the player, so it can't actually move past the player. But let's say, for example, when it's on an elevated state and it moves past the player, it would attempt to get back to the player. So it's not an intelligent thing. It's not like A star or Unity navigation. But it's very basic, and I think it would work, especially if the enemy is a melee character instead of a range character. If it's a range character, it will try to fire ranged attacks to the player. Obviously, if there's something in the way, it won't fire at the player. But if the player is in sight, it would attempt to attack. So we need a few things. Since this is an AI, this is going to be a little bit more tricky to work with. So first of all, we need an attack timer. So what the attack timer is going to do is every time it reaches threshold, it attacks. And upon attacking, let me actually do this. And then upon attacking, it also resets the timer. So the part we want to do after that, so that's obviously the base attack and everything, and I can literally copy the melee and range script that I just wrote for the player over to it, and just have it function off of if it's a melee or a ranged. So I'm not going too complex right now. I can go into complexities later. So the next thing we need to check is movement. So movement does this. It first checks if player is in range, and then upon checking if the player is in range, apply physics in player direction, and then the other one is So if melee, and then apply attack player if ranged. Alright, and then we have one last check to do. If at target, so this is if it's arrived at the target, it attacks if melee. I keep feeling like I'm spelling melee wrong. Doesn't matter. So if it's at the target, it will attack if it's melee, but what I want additionally, and this is going to be, let's call this the challenge. I want it to move, so it will attempt to move away from player if ranged. So this is the same logic you'll see skeletons use in Minecraft, for example, where the moment you attempt to approach it or to get closer to it, it's trying to shoot you with a bow. Skeletons aren't melee enemies, they're ranged enemies, so they're going to always try and put distance between you and them, which is partly why I absolutely despise skeletons in Minecraft, but that's a different story for a different time now, isn't it? So with this we have attack, which is, so we have an attack timer that every time when it reaches threshold it attacks, but I also want to put it here, in brackets, if melee only when in range. So what we need is we need a minimum range. We need a, or actually let's do this. What we need is an attack range, a move range, a melee check, and this can go for both ways. If false, then ranged. And what else? What else do I need? I need an attack range, I need a move range, I need a melee range, and I need a run distance. So this is how I'm going to handle run distance. Run distance is going to be object location plus plus run distance, but to do run distance, run direction will be handled by object location versus target location. So essentially we are comparing the two. If it's negative, then it runs in the positive direction. If it's positive, it runs in the negative direction. Alright, so with that being said, we're using the exact same attack logic as what we've used for the player. We're just going to be assigning it to the enemy unit. So let's get back here. Scripts, enemy AI, And yeah, I think before I start with that, I'm quickly going to take a bathroom break, so I'd say use this time to go do something else. I'll be right back. Alright, and now I'm back. Alright, let's get to working. So, this is the base AI. Currently, as it stands, as you can see, it just checks its own HP. So, I want to do something here. Public int. I have no. How did it? No. Public int damage is equal to. I'm gonna do 1. And public layer mask target just target. Thank you. Block some. I need a serialized field. I'm gonna leave that one public. Alright. Serialized field. Private. Attack. Interval. Which is set equal to. This is a float. This is set to 5. Well, no, 5 seconds is a bit much. That gives the player too much power. That's another thing, actually. I still need to put in checks to make sure that I cannot spam melee. I'll work on that. I'll work on that. Serialized field. Private float. Attack distance. Let's set this. For now, let's set this equal to 1. And serialized field. Private float. Detection distance. That D needs to be a. There you go. Is set equal to 10 for now. Actually, no. Let's do 5 for now. Okay. I need an attack range, a move range, a. Oh, I also need speed. That's right. Public. Float. Speed. Yeah, because they're not going to be jumping right now. We'll focus on that, but it's not going to be jumping right now. Melee check. Right, I actually want this one here. So public bool is melee. So this will be set to false automatically. Speed will be set to 5. Right, let's do a run distance. Let's put it in so long. Serialized field, private, float, run distance. We'll set that equal to 10. No, equal to 5. So run distance, run direction. I don't know if it's necessary for me to mention it here, but I'll just put it in so long. Can I stop doing that? Private bool run direction. Right. We'll just do false as facing right. Now for the logic. So this thing has a rigid body attached to it, so we're just going to do that real quick. Private rigid body 2D RB. Okay. So I now need to create a start. Private void start, and if RB dot if get component rigid body 2D, then RB dot get component rigid body 2D, else RB no add game object dot add component, and then RB is equal to that. Got it. Perfect. Right, we're not going to touch that. What we are going to do is I made a mistake here. Target layer, and then public game object target. I've not taken a break for 4 hours. Right. Awesome. Right, let's do this. All of this relies on this check. If is melee equal to true. We're gonna do the melee first, and then we'll do the ranged. And what I need to do is I need another check. Serialized field, private, bool, in range, which is also equal to false. Right. If yeah, that's actually, yes, let's do this. So if in range is equal to true, why is this a problem? There you go. So if in range is equal to true, I need to do I'm seeing double. Any programmers in chat that can relate to this? Okay. You can do this. It's just one lost piece. Where's what I'm looking for? That's why I'm struggling, is because I never put it in. Serialize field, private, float, timer. Right, is equal to 0. Right, so that timer is putting itself up against attack interval. Yes. Awesome, 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 awesome. Then it does timer plus equal time dot delta time. Awesome. So if melee is true, then it needs to if melee is true, then it first needs to check to see if the distance is close enough to the player character. So what we need is a vector 2D, call it this, and put it equal to new vector 2. I find it funny that it thought HP needs to go there. Alright, wait. I am doing something wrong there. I first need to check vector 2 in range this is equal to new vector no. This shouldn't be a vector 2, this should be a float. Vector2 dot distance between target dot transform dot position specifically needs to be vector2, and this dot transform dot position also needs to be specifically a vector2. Got it. Right. So if in our dis is smaller or equal to what did I write? What? Detection, there you go. Is in detection distance, then in range is equal to true. Okay. I could have just done a check straight, but whatever. What's code without redundancies? Right. So if in range distance is smaller or equal to attack distance, else, right, so this one's gonna handle movement, this one's gonna handle attacking. Does melee attack, we'll deal with that now, else does move closer. Alright. Void melee attack void move closer Right, melee attack, we said we're just gonna copy and paste. So right, so I'm gonna copy this because it's the exact same logic. The only problem is this bugger, because sprite and sprite, melee, and I don't know why quaternions the way it is. Alright, and then enemy layer is target layer. So it's target layer, and I need to have the prefab for melee, and also I need to check the sprite. Alright, so private sprite renderer, and then sprite. And what did it do there? Alright, so that fixed the sprite for me. And then what I then need to do is, I'm just going to grab this part here. I'm not going to rewrite all of this. Right. And then I need these two. And some there. Oh. Right. And Quaternion for some reason didn't register. Interesting. Why did small letter Quaternion work here? Okay, I'll just do this. It's the same thing. It won't change anything. It should be fine. So okay, we now have everything here, which is good. Now to handle move closer. This is where things get a little bit interesting. So first things first, we need to check in what direction X is. So what we're doing is if target dot transform dot position dot x is greater than transform dot position dot x, then we do one script, else we do another. So if target is greater than x, that means it's on the right side, which means sprite dot flip x is equal to false. Here sprite dot flip x is equal to true. So this should give me an idea of what's left, what's right. But also, just for added, this is facing right. This is facing left. Alright, let me save that. Interesting why that was there. Alright, so when it's facing right, it wants to do rigid body dot velocity. Let's go here real quick. Rigid body dot velocity equals, so let's add the lerp there. So let's see if I can figure this out. Alright, so lerp takes the difference of this, and then does that and that. So So this is move input, which I know goes negative if I press the one, goes positive if I press the other. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to create something here, call it move, make it a float, call it move input, and then here I'm going to do move input is equal to 1, and here I'm going to do move input is equal to -1. This mimics me pressing the keys on my keyboard, so that solves that. And then total speed is not a thing here. We just have minus speed and speed and speed. Alright. That should handle that, actually, now that I think about it. So let's test it. Let's test it. Alright. We go back here. We go to, or we stop everything so we can get the enemy back. We go to the enemy. Oh, but wait, the player doesn't have health. Let's do a quick script for that. Let's do it. Alright. So create C# script player stats. Yeah. Now we're talking. Actually, let's delete that. Hold on, give me a second. Create stats. And then in stats, we have public int HP. And then here we get private stats and here I'm just gonna copy paste one of these. And then I need to change this, so not that, but this, to stats, and then HP is equal to stats.hp. Bam! And I can do the same no, wait, I'm still messing up. So this, remove that. if stats.hp is equal to 0. So we're removing this. And this is no longer looking for that, but is instead looking for other.get component, no, stats. And then stats, we're gonna leave it called AI because bugger that. Stats, I'll rename this to stats and stats. Brain, work with me. There you go. Alright. Which means we're now tracking this, which I'm gonna set to a default of 1, but I can always change it later. And that means whenever an enemy gets it, it's gonna be 1. I think I'm gonna add damage to it too. Just bear with me. Public int damage equal to 1. And then here, going to remove damage. It's going to cause errors here, which means I have to do stats.damage and stats.damage. Awesome. Which now means the player also needs a stats. So let's do private stats, and down here it's gonna complain because we removed stats. We're gonna do stats, and why you like this? It's clearly the same thing. Okay, there you go. Which now means stats for you and stats for you. When you look at that, I think I'm gonna add another layer. Just call it player. Right, which means enemy gets set to player and attack distance of 1, run distance of 5, detection distance of, let's just do 3 for now. And it needs a prefab for melee, and its offset needs to be 1. Capsule has stats, but I don't want it to be, I want it to be like that. Alright. Let's track the enemy, let's see what happens. Hey AI Roy. Oh, instantly. Problem. Null reference exception, null reference exception. What is the null reference complaining about? 31 and 59. It's supposed to check if it has. Oh. Okay, hold on. Let's clear this. And hit play again. Why? Why? That doesn't make sense. So it has a stats. A stats is greater than 0. It does have a rigid body. That's the point of the check. That is the point of the check. What do I do here? I can't see why it would delete the rigid body. That doesn't make sense. Why would it say null reference? It clearly has a rigid body. So let's do, instead of game object, we do this. Maybe that's what was messing it up. How? How is it a null reference? What do you mean null reference? Get component, rigid body. If get component, rigid body, then get rigid body. There's no way this could be a null reference. Enemy AI has a rigid body attached to it. This has a rigid body attached to it. This has a box collider attached to it because it's not a rigid body. This has a rigid body attached to it. So why, oh why would this be a problem? This doesn't make sense that this would be a problem because you have this, use it. I can't see that I need to do this, but okay, let's do this. New. Let's try it. What is going on with my music? Okay. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. What do you mean? Alright, RB is RB right there. So get component, rigid body. If this is true, then do this. Which means you've already tested that this is true, which means you should now be doing this. But you work here. Fine, I'll copy and paste this. Watch, it's going to be the exact same. Except for maybe a space or two. What changed? What changed? Oh, fuck. Shut ye up. Okay, this is shit. This is shit. Okay. I know what's wrong there. I know what's wrong there. So this needs to be if okay, well, I guess the target would always be the player. Like I'm not expecting anything else to be the target as of yet, so this, and then what we need to do on awake. So private awake is we need to set, so first we need to find I had a script that would find by layer. Let's quickly go there. It's not that one. I think it was in here. Is it this one? I think it's this one. Find objects with tag. Okay, yeah, that. No, but that's tag. That's not layer. I guess I can create the tag. It's fine. So target is equal to game object dot find object with tag, and then player. Right, which means I need to add a tag now. Capsule tag player. Okay, cool. Layer is player as well. No, the subject only. Then enemy. Make sure that its target is set to player, not enemy. So it would specifically look for player targets. Run direction in range is melee. Right. This should work now. I can't see why nothing would work. Oh! Oh, you know what I forgot? I forgot to reset the timer. Let me someone do it here. And then timer is equal to 0. Right. Nia. Right, so I'm gonna do this. Try, and then catch. Exception E. Oh, doesn't want to do that. Okay, that's fine. We'll just do a try. And then catch, and then debug dot log ml is missing. Right. That should prevent random crashes from happening. I'm very curious about players' stats though, because it's set on 10. Right. So attack me. Oh, that's not good. So it's supposed to be on trigger enter only. I know. This should be a fairly easy fix. Serialized field, private, bool, did damage equal to false, and then did damage so if did damage is equal to false, then it does this, and then the damage is equal to true. Alright. So, with that being said, let's try this again. Clear everything. Let's play. What? Okay. So the problem's here again. Because the timer is supposed to equal to 0. And wait, let me pay attention to what's happening. What is going on with my music? Yo, that's not right. So because at no time am I checking for the timer. Got it. Right. I keep fixing all the wrong things. So if timer is greater or equal to attack interval. There you go. Perfection. Alright. Right back here. We play. Oh, that's interesting. It's like a shove attack. I wonder how I could stop that. Probably a detection radius that just stops both from walking. Well, the player's technically dead now, but... Why? No! I don't get it. Why? It was working fine earlier. Your mom was working fine earlier. Oh. Okay. We're gonna do this. We're going to add another try and another catch. And then debug dot log ML is missing. Right. Right. Clear the script, run again. Oh, but now it's not attacking anymore. Okay. So I still need to go and figure out what's wrong. Okay, let's grab this and put this in here. That's crazy. That is crazy. That is crazy. What did I do? What? But the enemy can attack, no problem. But if I attack, then suddenly... What did I do? All I did was add this. Oh, but I can't do that. So... Okay, let's go back here. Okay. Sorry. Stock markets. Stock markets. Of all the fucking things that could call me stock markets. Alright, back here. ML is currently ml.name. I zoek for gok. This is what I'm gonna do. I'm looking for shit. That's what I'm doing now. Because that's gonna crash. And I'm fairly certain that's gonna crash. 3, 2, 1. Okay. That's not supposed to happen. Right, anyways. So let me do that and that, and then ML is melee and ML is missing. So somewhere in between that okay, so somewhere in between it existing and it trying to do stuff with it, it deletes itself. But there. You see, it's working as intended. And that confuses me. That confuses me a lot. I don't know why this works, but the other thing doesn't work. Because the only thing I really added was this. That got added to this entire shebang. But even then, that's not supposed to affect it to the degree that it is affecting it. Unless the problem I'm facing is not so much that, but more this. Maybe this is the problem I'm facing. So that is set to 1, and this gets it from stats. Stats gets right. Of course I never set stats. Why would I have set stats? Right, there you go. Now stats is set. Now I don't have to worry about any of this try-catch nonsense that I have here. Because stats is set. Ammo was never missing, it was stats that was missing. It was stats that was never stated. Just a little longer, guys. I'm just trying to finish the base gameplay, the base framework of the gameplay, and then that'll be it for today. And what is going on with my music? There's no way I'm pulling the network dead. It's 25 meg line. Let me reload it. Sorry guys, let me just quickly take a look at my performance. Nothing's pulling. Absolutely nothing is pulling. It's not supposed to be struggling like that. Why? Why? What is wrong with you? Okay. There you go. And I killed him. That's all I was trying to do this entire time. That was that. Alright. Okay. Now I would like a ranged attack. So what we just handled was melee and melee right. So then additionally what I need to do is I need to put in some additional logic. I don't want the player to be able to push the enemy off the field. So what I'm going to do is what am I going to do about that? You know what, that's another day's worry. Let's try and focus on range. So let's copy this and let's change this to ranged attack and move away. Right, so void ranged attack and void move away. Okay, right, so this is what I want to do now is I want to copy this one. Copy that into there. And we're not doing mouse world position anymore, we are doing we are doing target dot transform dot position, and then instantiate projectile times projectile force. So I need this is target layer. So I need projectile and projectile force. So we now add serialize field, private game object, projectile, and serialize field, float, projectile, force. Okay. Alright, so now I need to check a few things. So if it is within attack distance, then it will start attacking. So I think instead of doing attack distance, I'm going to do detection distance, because it's a ranged attack, so it doesn't have a minimum attack distance. Instead, what it has is a run distance. But then again, why don't I just use the attack distance? So else if so I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna set speed to 3 because I want to give the player a chance to get away from these things. No. Speed to 5 because the player can run. I forgot. So if in range distance is What did I do here? I took out run distance. Is smaller or equal to run. No. Attack distance. Then it does move away. And then with move away, it needs to first check if target dot transform dot position, not parent, your mother's a parent. Okay, that's the thing I said. Dot position dot x is greater because it's on this side. On this side. Because we're coming from the left to it. So if it's smaller than it, then we know it's coming from the left hand side. So then transform dot position dot y. And then we do else. Then run direction is set equal to false, and here run direction is set equal to true, because if I'm coming from this direction, it wants to move in that direction. If I'm coming from this direction, it wants to move in that direction. Right. I'm curious. If I'm not mistaken, I last time put the camera here-ish. How's that? That is a solar flare. Let me put it here. It's still a solar flare, but whatever. Right. Run direction. Cool. Now we do, once again, another redundancy, but whatever. If run direction set equal to is equal to false, then how would I do this? Yeah, because it's moving that direction. Because it's moving in that direction. Yeah, and then I get rid of the redundancy, just this one, and right, so with all that in place, I now need to set projectile. Projectile force needs to be... Let's do 1,500. No, let's do 1,000 just so I can see it. Enemy attack distance, detection distance, let's set this to 5. Attack interval of 2. Oops, I forgot. I need to turn this off and speed to 7 so they can run away. Granted, it's gonna run off the edge now, but that's fine. I'll put in edge detection stuff later. Well, it ain't doing nothing. Alright, let's take a look, because I clearly messed up somewhere. So, if it's within the detection distance, it is supposed to perform ranged attack. Ranged attack is, it instantiates the projectile with transform with that, and then sets it at a force in my direction at that speed. Rigid body vector, this blah blah blah, all that nonsense. Let's go back to here and let's actually see what's happening. Nothing. Cool. It still detects me as the target, right? It resets the timer at least, so what gives? There's nothing being instantiated, there's nothing being created. Projectile is assigned, yes. And it has to spawn at its position, and then it needs to get assigned damage and target. Wait, unless this is now a problem of... Alright, let's see now, let's see what happens. Interesting. What happens if I... Nothing? That's... So let's see something here. Exclude layers, player, enemy, and player. I'm very careful with what I'm doing right now. So let's see. My character's gonna drop. Granted, the enemy's still not attacking. Right. Okay, so... But also, it's now ignoring everything. Which is what it's not supposed to be doing. Okay, so... I know. Let me do this. Let's turn off should kill. That killed it. Good. Now, I'm gonna move towards it and we're gonna see what it does. Right, it's not firing towards me, but it's firing. That's the important part. So, I'm gonna perform a taboo again. And ask AI why it's not working. Alright. So, okay, so what I'm supposed to be doing here is I'm supposed to be grabbing target.transform.position and minus that by transform position, but this is supposed to be a vector2, which makes that correct, which adds to the normalize, which means this now becomes this now becomes shoot direction times projectile. Alright, cool. Which I'll then go back here. Right, that's that done. I still don't know how to set the rotation of the projectile. Actually, let me take a look, because the code might actually already just be there. If I do pr dot transform dot look at shoot direction. Does that work? Okay, I think I understand what's happening. Okay, cool. So, it is attempting to look at shoot direction. Problem is that shoot direction is rotating the wrong things. So look at shoot direction.x and shoot direction.y. So what I want to do is do new vector 2. Right. No, wait. That's messed up. Why would I want to do that? So, if I wanted to look at, then it is look at mouse wheel pause. Yes. It's supposed to work. correctly, it's float angle equals math f dot a tan 2 shoot direction dot y and shoot direction dot x times math f dot rad 2 degrees there. And then we have PR dot transform dot rotation equals quaternion dot angle axis angle comma vector 3 dot forward. Right. So I'll now go in here. And I come back to here, hit the game, hit play. Alright, that just means I now need to change the rotation of this. Oh, because I'm in the wrong scene. I need to face in this direction, so that's going to be minus 90. Right. Oh, you know why? Because it's setting it instead of... That's also wrong. You know what? Let's do this. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a sprite inside of here for a circle. No, for a triangle. And then this triangle. So I'm going to remove this triangle. And then this triangle inside is going to rotate by minus 90, which means this goes back to 1. This, which means I offset this by 0 and turn its radius from that to that. Yes. And then this one inside here, we crimp it down to 0.5. And then if we go back here, I set this to 0.5, and then I set this to 0.11. That's my new projectile, and this becomes blue. There you go. Right, and then I just need to apply the same code on the other side. I completely forgot the point of the test. The test was to test the enemy shooting me. There you go. Hey! Alright. There's currently no death condition in case the player dies, but... You know what, that's actually pretty easy progress, so let me put that in. Alright, canvas, canvas, your mother's a canvas, where's canvas? There's canvas. Right. Just call it canvas. And then inside here, I want to add text. Yes. Why isn't this just built in automatically? Like, why must I import it afterwards? Anyways, text. This text, I don't know where it's positioned right now. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the color to black. Yeah. No, let's turn it to red. Let's turn it to red. And where is it? What? I want it in the center, maybe like that, and where's my text box? I'm actually very confused right now. Do 30, let's do 100, and 100, what the fuck, 250, I swear I've programmed with Unity for a while, I don't know why this is so weird. And we just put there defeated. Alright. And I want it more red. Right. Still not displayed though, that's... What? No. Screen space. Pixel perfect. Sort order. Additional shaders. Canvas. Reflect. Canvas. Scale factor. Ignore. Why is this an error? Don't tell me something got reset. No, everything is still the way I remembered it. Okay, let's do this. Let's do this. File, save project. Capsule. I'm just quickly gonna add in the code to detect if health is at 0. So all this will only run if player if stats dot HP is greater than 0. And here we do else wrong place. Let's do it here. Else let's do private text mesh pro text container, I guess. Actually, I believe just doing a game object should be fine. Game object defeat message. Defeat message set equal to the dot in dot is set active to true. I guess I'll do that. It's gonna fail again. Yeah. Save project, close it. Right, we're going to attempt this again. Right, let's try it. Nope. Immediately once again, this is an issue. Why is this an issue? Submit's not set up. What do you mean submit isn't set up? Oh, there is... Submit is just missing. I don't recall deleting it. We'll duplicate. Why is submit missing? Submit. Set it to E. Cool. That should be fine. I don't know why submit wasn't there. Still a problem. Edit. Project settings. Input. Oh. Duplicate array. Submit. So I want enter and E to be submit. Alright, let's try this again. I don't know why that was suddenly a problem. Still a problem. Why is this a problem? So submit is now there. It is spelled correctly. Oh, for fuck's sakes, the cancel button's also missing. Duplicate. Cancel. Why were these missing? I don't understand. Escape. Let's just make it Q for now. All I did was add Text Mesh Pro and it just suddenly decided to do weird stuff. Okay, there you go. Come on, kill the player. Kill the player character. Well, it hit 0. Didn't do what I wanted to do though. Okay. So using Text Mesh Pro, right? Then this I'm going to change. So serialize field, private Text Mesh Pro. That's not an input field. Text. And then defeat message. Wait, what am I doing? So change this to game object. Because I think the problem I'm facing here is not the problem I think I'm facing. There you go. And then this gets priority. Where's the priority? There's a priority here. There you go. Should be fine. And then back to the capsule, which is where I'm going to re-add this again. Then I'm going to do this. Cool. And then stats, I want to set down to 2 so that I can get the message a lot quicker. Oh no, that's 3, but whatever. Come on, kill me. Kill me. You know you can do it. There you go. And it's gonna keep attacking. I don't like that. Let's do this. So there and there. I'm gonna add another if statement. if target dot hp dot get component stats dot HP is greater than 0. There you go. This will prevent them from continuously attacking. Alright, there you go. But then I'm also facing one last issue, and I think the issues are quite simple. But it didn't run. Oh, yes, it won't run because of how this is set up. So this is supposed to be the other way around. Let me do this. So there you go. That should be the correct way around now, which means if I spawn in, it's gonna attack, but if I get too close, the directions are wrong. Right. Which means you get set to negative, you get set to positive. Oh, it launched itself. Right, well, that's it. Voila! Everything's working as it should. Right, and with that being said, I'm tired. I've been programming for 5.5 hours. Yeah, I'm going. Oh, thank you so much for joining, and yeah, I won't be streaming as early as I did this week. I'm streaming this time because I'm off. But I'll be trying to have coding streams as often as I can. But other than that, thanks so much for watching, and I will check you guys next time.